Alright, hello guys. This is Ryan again, doing my Elden Ring playthrough. Um, I'm sorry about last night. For some reason, my connection got lost and kicked me out of the stream. Um, but we were working on fire. There's been like a lot of weird internet outages around my area recently because of like storms and stuff. But I was working on Fire Giant and um, I'm gonna do that today as well. Um, Let me see how many runes I have. 33,000. I might try to do a little bit of farming before so I can like level up. Um so this is a hard fight. I did do some leveling up earlier off stream. Um I killed the dragon, I think it's called like Grail or whatever, over in by Bestial Sanctuum. Killed Sanguine Noble, a couple others as well. So I'm like a level 101 now, and I'm getting pretty close to ready for this fight. I just love getting caught on like a hill in the middle of a fight. Yay! That's alright, we'll go get that guy. Um, I like fighting those. They're not usually too bad. I'll make sure I've been to this church. I'm pretty sure I have, but I'm not 100%. It would be very helpful. Yeah, I've been here. Okay. I found a cool talisman too, where I could walk around without any audio. Like no one can ever hear me. Bye bye birdie. Oh, this is quite the gank over here. I might opt out of that fight for the moment. Haha, birdie. Okay, this might have been a little bit of a logical error there. We're gonna run. We. Oh, fuck. Oh, come on, camera. Don't fail me now. Shit. Damn. If someone placed a hit on that thing, it would be called a hand job. Ha 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 ha. Ooh, smithing stone 7. Alright. How many of those do I have now? 2. I might be able to level up again, which I definitely need. What's over here? Oh, just that damn boss again.
Well, I took youth no matter it. Lay out your own.
Hello then. What can I do?
took you no matter. It's all out your arms.
Alright, so we've got almost 700 damage at this point. Let's give this a try. As you guys saw, I was doing this fight for a while last night. I'm not necessarily proud of it, but it is what it is. We're getting closer with this fight, guys. We are getting much closer. He's really annoying, but I think that we'll have him done pretty soon. Starting to understand him a little bit more. He's definitely like my least favorite main boss of this game so far, though. It's not even just because he's hard. I just don't think he's very interesting either. It's like, oh yeah, hit his ankle to break it. Oh, hit his hands. It's like, okay. I feel like I'm playing Shadow of the Colossus, which I love, but it's not really what I want to do in this game. Also, I do not understand the heavy attack for this weapon. It's one of the least useful things I've ever seen. They really could have tried to spell that better. I always think it's so metal when these bosses like rip one of their fucking limbs off. It's like, damn dude, you aren't messing around. Okay, we're getting really close, guys. We're getting really close. I'm definitely gonna beat this guy today. Um, it's just about uh, preserving those flasks for that second phase, and I'll be alright. I actually hate this fight. The camera is literal ass for it. I don't understand how a game from the 2020s could have such a bad camera during a fight. It's honestly shameful. Dark Souls 3, the only fight that was even close to this bad a camera is Nameless King, the dragon part, but even that wasn't as bad as this. His AI is fucking crazy too. You never know what he's gonna do. Like, he's doesn't really have any structure to this fight. I mean, I know there's like the moves, but I don't know. Hardest boss so far, by far. I'm not trying to like bitch and moan about it. It's just pretty annoying to be honest. such a stupid fight. Like, where did they come up with this shit? And I know that you're supposed to hit the eye, which I've done a few times, but man, his body is so hard to like get around, and it's like a 2 second stun. It's so annoying. I don't know what they were thinking with this shit. At least make it an optional boss, for God's sake. I swear, I played Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, this, and I've never seen a boss quite this annoying. Because they at least make sense. Like, Sister Frida's hard, Slave Knight Gale is kinda hard. But they make sense. Oh, fuck you, you stupid idiot. If I ever make a ranking of worst bosses in Souls games, this is definitely going to be the top. I fucking hate this boss. Like, people will complain about, like Curse Rotted Greatwood and stuff like that. Like, yeah, maybe they're kind of goofy fights, but at least they're not, like, absolutely stupid. stupid fight. It's so unfair, it's insane. Pardon my French, you guys. This dude just sucks ass. Are you fucking serious? What was that one shot there? That was horseshit. Ugh, stupid fight. I've never despised the boss as much as this. Give me Ornstein and Smo. Give me Nameless King. Give me Sister Frida. Give me Slave Knight Gale. Give me any other hard boss. But don't give me this shit. I just don't know what they were thinking. Give him a humongous health pool. Give him huge range fire attacks. Give him huge slam damage. Make his moves inconsistent and messy. It's like, what the hell? Worst boss fight ever. Yeah, he looks kind of cool. He just kind of looks like fucking Jim Link with some steroids. Lord of the Rings. Wasn't even in your hitbox. Asshole. I just want to be done with this, so I don't have to worry about fighting it later, honestly. Sick of them. I want to move on to other parts of the game. I know I still have Godskin Duo too, which I heard is another ass fight. But even that can be as annoying as this. It's bad when a gank fight sounds good compared to what? Like, how did that hit me so far away? Some bullshit. You could use this to, like, torture terrorists. Oh, shit. It's that bad. Not saying this looks good, but that's what this feels like. It's honestly made me not enjoy this game as much. This stupid fight. The worst part is you can't even lock onto the camera, so it confuses you even more. Oh, fuck me. No. Ass, I tell you. Hey, FromSoft, if you're ever trying to fix something with this game, maybe get rid of this dumbass fight. Like, what? Literally put in a dragon gank fight. I would probably beat it before this shit. It's fucking stupid. We're getting super close though. Like few hits away close. But still, fuck this ass. Alright guys, I'll actually be right back. I gotta go grab my laundry real quick. Alright, I'm back. We need to get this done soon. I literally cannot take this boss anymore. I probably died like 80 fucking times to it over the past 2 days. There hasn't been any boss in this game like this so far. Well, I guess the only other boss right now that I haven't beat yet that I've been trying to is Full-Grown Falling Star Beast and the Crucible Knight duo, which both of those suck, but this is actually a bad fight. I'm actually surprised we've gotten as close as we have. Let's talk about some good things while we're trying to make this happen. Heard that they're playing Rocky 4 in my theater this week. It's like the director's cut version. I've never seen that version, but I've heard it's very tonally different. But I think Rocky 4 might be my favorite Rocky movie, honestly. I know it's a little corny, but it's just a very well-rounded movie. I'm aware that the first one is probably the best, though. Like, I'm not trying to say that Rocky 4 is like the masterpiece of the series. It's just kind of like a very fun movie. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go see that with Hannah. Probably on Sunday, hopefully. We do have some other stuff going on, so it might not work out, but I really want to go see it. I've been a fan of that movie since I was a little kid. If I had to rank the Rocky movies, not counting Creed because I've not watched those yet, unfortunately. But something I've been trying to get around to. Let's say that I would rank them the fourth one, the first one, second one, Rocky Balboa, the third one, and the fifth one in last place, which isn't a hot take. I mean, everybody has kind of mixed feelings on that fifth one. I don't think it's an awful movie, I just think it has some flaws, to be honest. I didn't really like Tommy Morrison in it. I thought he was kind of annoying, to be honest. I thought the story felt kind of forced and goofy. I did think Creighton Duke was a pretty good character, though. He's annoying, but he's supposed to be. The third one I've always had mixed feelings on. Because I think it's goofy like the fourth one, but I feel like the fourth one is surprisingly aged better. It has more stakes. Really, the best part about the third one is the emotional impact of Mickey dying and the budding friendship between Rocky and Apollo Creed, which obviously comes to a tragic circumstance in the fourth one. I was not really a big fan of like Hulk Hogan being in it, nor was I a fan of Mr. T, to be completely honest. I thought he was very mid. I mean, you had, I guess, a villain, quote unquote, with Apollo Creed in the first two movies, and Carl Weathers was so excellent in that role. And he's still like really charismatic. And then obviously in the fourth one, you got Dolph Lundgren as Ivan Drago, who I thought was really, really great in that role. Because once again, you don't fully hate him. You kind of see that he's in a bit of a situation himself where he has a lot of pressure on him. He's getting like shot up with steroids. He's got the whole Russian thing going on. And Mr. T's character, he's just an asshole, honestly. He doesn't really have any nuance to him. So I felt like he came off as kind of a cheesy villain, honestly. He's not bad though. I mean, he has some good moments in the movie, and he is really a character that you just fucking hate. Tommy Morrison's character is an asshole, but you do feel for him a little bit more than Mr. T. I can't even remember what Mr. T's character's name. It's like Shove. No, what the fuck is it? It's I don't know. The other good thing about that movie, though, is it's where we got the first appearance of the song "Eye of the Tiger," which I could use that song right now in this game, honestly. So I'm feeling like the ultimate underdog right now fighting this guy. But what a great song that is. That's the other thing I love about 4 though, is it has such a terrific soundtrack, honestly. You got songs by Survivor, Ford, John Cafferty and the Beaver Brown Band. I think Foreigner, but I might be wrong on that one. I'm pretty sure they're in it. You've got James Brown, which I can't lie, I'm not the biggest fan of Living in America, but it works well in the movie. Um, I think it's a pretty funny scene actually. I'm trying to think. You get that song "No Easy Way Out," which I don't remember who that's by, but that's a very good song. Um, yeah, "Eye of the Tiger" again. My favorite song in that movie, other than "Eye of the Tiger," is probably "Hearts on Fire" by John Cafferty, though. Um, Honestly, like I'm not like a huge fan of John Cafferty and the Beaver Brown Band, but the music they did for movies is pretty good. So they did the music for Eddie and the Cruisers as well, which is a pretty awesome soundtrack dash movie. Very underrated this movie though. I mean, it's got kind of a weak ending to it, but there's a lot of good stuff in that, including the music. That movie was one of my favorites growing up. I used to watch it with my dad like all the time when he was alive. Another movie that I used to watch that had the same lead actor, Michael Paré, it's called Streets of Fire, which I always really liked that movie. It's got him, it's got Diane Lane, Rick Moranis, Willem Dafoe, Bill Paxton. It's a crazy cast, honestly. Amy Madigan. Yeah, that's one of my. It's not like a great movie, to be honest. It has some flaws for sure, but it's got some really cool action scenes. Solid direction by Walter Hill. It's got a really good soundtrack, including one of my favorite songs of all time, "I Can Dream About You" by Dan Hartman. It's got some really good performances. I feel like the highlight of that movie is probably, or highlights of that movie are probably Willem Dafoe, Rick Moranis, and Bill Paxton, honestly. Michael Paré is a decent actor. He's kind of one note, though. He serves his purpose in the movie really well. And Diane Lane is good, too. I mean, she's not like an amazing actress in it, but she's good for the character. I also had like a major crush on her when I was younger, too. I mean, who didn't, you know, but like... So I feel like that kind of added to like my investment in the story as well. Watching her get like rescued and stuff. Yeah, it's a good movie. Another pretty good one that Walter Hill did would be The Warriors. That's one of my favorites. To this day, I feel like that movie is one of the coolest action films of all time. Because it did a lot to like distinguish itself. It had like the gangs, have like weird costumes and stuff. You had your baseball player gang, you had your mimes, you're like Black Panther type of gang, all kinds of stuff. It's a very cool movie. It's got good cinematography to it. Um, excellent music. That's one of the greatest soundtrack albums of all time, honestly. Highlight song probably being In the City by Joe Walsh from the Eagles. And then also a song called Nowhere to Run. It's really good. There's some really solid instrumental tracks. Yeah, just a really cool movie overall. Excellent like set pieces. Truly like a 70s masterpiece. Another good Walter Hill movie, more of a comedy, is 48 Hours with Eddie Murphy and Nick Nolte. That's a classic. I haven't seen that one in a while though, so I don't have as much to comment on it, but it is a very, very good movie. Although, I feel like Eddie Murphy was on fire at that point. Obviously, no pun intended. His career kind of fizzled out at one point or another, but he made so much good stuff in like the 80s. I've heard he's done some more like dramatic work though recently, which is really interesting. The last movie I saw with him was one with Jonah Hill. It was called like You People or something. I thought that was such a bad movie. It was like awful. Oh my god, one hit away, guys. Oh my god, please, 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 please. You're kidding me. I swear I hit his hand too, like multiple times. But we're getting really close, guys. Let's keep talking about movies. It seems like it's kind of helping me get through this fight, not be as stressed out. But yeah, I saw that movie. I didn't really like that one quite as much. I think my favorite Eddie Murphy movie is probably maybe Trading Places. I always thought that one was really funny with him and Dan Aykroyd, which I always grew up a really big fan of Dan Aykroyd. I thought he's such a funny actor, honestly. No matter what he's in, he's really funny. Like, even if it's a bad movie. I mean, he's in Ghostbusters, which is an absolute classic. I know my friend David, who pops on here all the time, is a huge fan of that movie. Definitely a bigger fan than me, but I still absolutely love it. Ghostbusters 2 was pretty good too. He was in Tommy Boy, which is an absolute classic of a movie. The Blues Brothers. Very, very good movie. My only complaint with that movie is that it's way too long for a comedy film. I think it's like 2.5 hours. Like, I don't know what the hell they were thinking with that. Like, it's still a really good movie, but there's definitely some stuff that could have been cut from it. But obviously, very talented cast. Got John Belushi, Dan Aykroyd. Got Carrie Fisher, John Candy, Ray Charles, Aretha Franklin, Cab Calloway. A wild cast there, honestly. Definitely an all-time classic. He had another movie that I used to watch. It's not a very good one, but it's called Spies Like Us. It had him and Chevy Chase in it. Thought that movie was okay. I'm not like a huge fan of it. But as a kid, I thought it was pretty funny. He was in The Great Outdoors, which is a pretty good movie. I know there's some that I'm forgetting. I never saw Nothing But Trouble with him and Chevy Chase. I was never really that interested in it. He was in this really weird movie called Mike's Mondo Video. I haven't seen that in a very long time. It's kind of like an SNL type of movie, like a sketch comedy movie. It was okay. The main thing I remember with him in that is that there's a scene where he's showing off webbed feet, which is pretty wild. I'm not sure if he actually has webbed feet or not, but they look pretty real. Yeah, that was an okay movie. I think it was made by Michael Donahue, who was one of the writers on like the early seasons of SNL. He had like a very dark sense of humor. And he would do like weird monologue videos for the SNL type of things. He would do like weird like experimental sketches and stuff. Not everything on those old SNL episodes from the 70s has aged well. Like, some of the humor is very dated now because it's like a lot of references that most people wouldn't understand. But there's still some classic stuff in those. Really good cast there too. I remember how they would have Andy Kaufman on it sometimes too, and he was really, really funny on it. But you had Chevy Chase, Dan Aykroyd, Gilda Radner, Bill Murray. There's a guy, I think his name's like Garrett Williams, maybe? I don't remember his name exactly, but he was really funny on there. Um, Jane Curtin. There's definitely some really good people on there. I feel like it just has a different vibe for sure. And like also some of the music guests early on were a little iffy, to be honest. I mean, they had some really good ones. I remember Paul Simon was on there and he was pretty good. They had Frank Zappa on. Some other ones as well. I don't remember all of them. The worst thing about those old seasons, or not the worst, but something that definitely didn't work, is they did this like weird Muppet thing. It was called like Planet Gulch or something like that. It was really dumb, honestly. I'm a huge Jim Henson and Muppets fan, but I'll admit that did not work at all. They tried to be like edgy and adult, but it just really came off as boring and like very lowbrow. Definitely a failed experiment there. But at least they tried, though. You can never trash on someone for trying to do something. And it is still interesting to see if they had the Muppets, or like Muppet characters on SNL at that point. Definitely a different time. I mean, the Muppet Show is pretty classic, and Fraggle Rock was pretty classic. I feel like otherwise, though, the Muppets never really translated to TV super well. I mean, those two shows were really good. Um, a lot of the other attempts, though, I feel like just didn't really hit too well. I do remember when they did that like ABC Muppets show in like 2015 or so. I was kind of a fan of that. I thought it was heading in the right direction during like the second half of the season. But then they axed it, which I was pretty disappointed about. Because like I said, it was kind of like heading in a direction where it was actually really good. But it definitely was kind of awkward at first. They were trying to do like a Muppets office show. And it just wasn't very funny, to be honest. The reason it started to work better in the second half was because they started to focus more on like sentimental stuff and having a little more heart, which I feel like is where the Muppets are at their best. Like, I know Jim Henson always kind of wanted to make them a little bit more like adult and edgy. Frankly, I just don't think that's where the Muppets were at their best. I think that they were always better when they were tugging at the heartstrings, which is why I love the 2011 Muppets movie so much. That they did, I felt like that one had a ton of heart to it. Really good songs as well. It's just a pretty beautiful movie. I mean, it had a lot of funny moments and moments where it was a little bit edgy too, I guess. but nothing too crazy. Conversely, though, I thought that that second one that Disney did, um, or not second, but like the one after Muppets 2011, sequel to that, Muppets Most Wanted, I was not a fan of that at all. Thought it was really mid, to be honest. Thought the humor was too like snarky and corny, honestly. Like I didn't really like the evil twin of Kermit and Constantine. I did not like just the overall vibe. I thought that they really tapped into something special with 2011, and then they kind of undid that. I'm always glad to see that one Muppet though. His name is Walter. He's the greatest addition to the Muppets since like the 90s, honestly. That thing had so much heart to him. Alright, we're getting really close, guys. I can't believe I was only one hit away on that one time. That was absolutely crazy. But that's alright. I thought that Jason Segel was really good in those too. I'm a fan of that guy, honestly. I think he's a pretty good actor, and he just has a very good vibe to him in a lot of those movies. He was really good in Freaks and Geeks too. That was a pretty classic show. He's really good in a lot of those Judd Apatow movies, which I'm not a fan of all those, but some of them really hit the spot. Like I thought Knocked Up was like basically a masterpiece. 40-Year-Old Virgin, I don't think he was in that one. I can't remember him being in it at least. That movie has some really classic scenes. I prefer Knocked Up, to be honest. Forgetting Sarah Marshall's pretty funny. I love Bridesmaids. I know he's not in that, but that's a classic movie. I think that's a really, really funny movie, honestly. I was impressed by that. It was never one that I was like super interested in, but once I sat down and watched, I was like, okay, this is a really good movie. I think the reason I like Knocked Up so much is because of how great the ensemble cast is. So you got Seth Rogen, Katherine Heigl, Jason Segel, Martin Starr, what is that one guy's name? I forget the one guy's name. Leslie Mann, Paul Rudd. Just a lot of really good people in that. Um, and I just think that movie has a lot of heart to it as well. It's definitely my favorite Seth Rogen movie. I used to really love his movies a lot, or like a lot of his movies. But I feel like the quality of them kind of slipped over time. I really was not a fan of that movie, The Interview. I thought that was like one of the ultimate gimmick movies. With all the controversy that was around it. I thought it was gonna be like shocking. It was really pretty tame. Pineapple Express was only okay in my opinion. Same with Neighbors. It was just okay. Funny People was pretty good though with Adam Sandler. I like that one. He did one with Barbara Streisand. I think it was called Guilt Trip. That movie was okay. I thought they were funny together. They had a good dynamic. Speaking of Adam Sandler, though, I guess we can talk about his movies a little bit. He's another one that I'm quite a fan of, honestly. I actually like most of his. I mean, he's had some stinkers. I think even some of the ones that people trash on are still funny, honestly. Like, I've defended some of his indefensible films. Like, I've defended Jack and Jill. I thought that movie definitely is not a good movie. I'm not gonna pretend it's like a cinematic masterpiece, but it is really funny. I mean, the way they used Al Pacino in it is hysterical. Him doing that Dunkachino commercial and stuff. Him with like Hamlet or whatever one he's doing. Like, all that's hilarious. I enjoyed. I thought Ridiculous 6 was okay. I didn't love it, but I thought it was funny at parts for sure. Definitely not 0% on Rotten Tomatoes worthy. I think that one got like overhated, to be honest. My favorites of his: The Wedding Singer, Waterboy, Happy Gilmore. Billy Madison. That actually might be my favorite, to be honest. I always liked how like goofy that one was. I definitely think it's funnier than Happy Gilmore. I do have to say though, I was impressed with Happy Gilmore too. I was very worried about it. Just because, like, come on, Adam, please don't fuck up. But no, he really delivered with that one. A lot of good cameos in it too. Like, I've never really listened to Bad Bunny at all. I don't even know if he's someone that I would enjoy, but I thought he was funny in that movie. The guy who directed Uncut Gems was really funny in it. Chubbs' son was hilarious. In terms of all this Netflix stuff, I haven't seen all of it yet. That one he did with David Spade, The Do-Over, was pretty funny. Aw, man. Alright. Yeah, I thought that was a pretty funny movie. What was the one? He did one with Jennifer Aniston. I can't remember what that was called. It was pretty good. He did one with Chris Rock. I don't remember what it was called. Maybe like The Week Of or something like that. It was about like him and Chris Rock's kids getting married. That one was okay. I thought it was like funny at times, but not like an amazing movie. I didn't see Hubie Halloween yet. I did see a movie from his studio. It's called The Wrong Missy. That one was relatively funny. Once again, not amazing, but pretty good. I really like David Spade, though. I think he's a very funny guy. He was funnier back in the day, but I think he's still good now. Oh, I completely forgot about Grown Ups talking about this movie. That movie's hysterical. I really enjoy Grown Ups. I think that movie got a little too much hate. The second one, I understand why it got hate. It's not good. I mean, I still had fun with it, but it's bad. It's very bad. The other funny Happy Madison movie that David Spade did was The Benchwarmers. Once again, not a good movie, but it's very, very funny. Because that one had him and that had Rob Schneider, uh, John Heater from Napoleon Dynamite. Pretty solid cast there. I think Rob Schneider is funny when he's used correctly in some of those movies, but he's definitely not the best. Like, I think Deuce Bigelow is a funny movie. I think the Hot Chick is funny. The Animal is funny. He's definitely had some bangers. But I know I tried to watch his TV show that he did, and it was so bad. I only made it like a couple episodes in, I think. He's really good in Grown Ups, so he's one of the funniest parts of that movie, to be honest. I don't know why. He got so outspoken with politics, to be honest. Like speaking at like events and stuff. It's fine. I just don't think that his arguments are very compelling, to be honest. Just does not seem like his forte, to be honest. I do kind of wish that most celebrities kind of shut up about politics, though, to be honest. It's really pretty annoying. I've never been a fan of celebrity endorsements. I don't even care if I agree with you. It's just like, it's not really. Interesting. I think it comes off as corny, actually. Alright guys, we're getting really close with this. I'm sure we'll beat him today. I'm sorry this has gone on for like hours, but it is what it is. Alright. I say we'll get him this time. I'm putting that out there. We'll see what happens, but I'm gonna beat him this time. I'm gonna beat him. Also guys, even if you're not on here right now, if you happen to watch this later, want to comment on anything that we've talked about, things like movies and stuff, I would love to hear your opinions. Definitely just feel free to comment, chat. Or even just take some notes for next time. Oh, alright. It's alright guys, it's alright. We're getting there. I feel like this fight is easier without Torrent. And I heard people said to use him and stuff. I really don't think he makes the fight any easier at all. He's just extra buttons to press. I think one of the most criminally underrated comedy movies from Happy Madison, Paul Blart. I know it's like some fans like it. The critics acted like it was like the worst movie at the time. I do not understand why. I think that movie's comedy gold. Like, it has some dumb moments for sure, but I don't know. I think Kevin James is great in that role. There's some classic scenes. They weaved in some of the action pretty okay, honestly. I understand why the second one got trashed on, so that one's not particularly the best. I still enjoyed it again. Like, I saw that in theaters on a date when I was like 15 or 16. Probably like 16. And then I saw it a couple times after that too. It's definitely nowhere as good as the first one, but it's not horrible. I think Kevin James had some pretty good roles. I haven't really kept up on his movies because he does have some stinkers, but he has some pretty good ones too. And I like this show too, King of Queens. I was a fan of that growing up. I always thought Jerry Stiller was really good on that show. I mean, his character was very similar to his character in Seinfeld. That's okay though, because his character in Seinfeld was great. Leah Remini was pretty good in that show too. Patton Oswalt. I always thought it was really funny how Lou Ferrigno was like a neighbor. That was pretty classic, honestly. Pretty good show for sure. The show that I liked more than that though is Everybody Loves Raymond. I used to watch that shit so much as a kid. And as a teenager. That was a classic. Alright, we're doing pretty good, guys. Oh my gosh, sure. Alright, guys. Yeah, Everybody Loves Raymond. Great show. Yeah, Peter Boyle, who is absolutely classic. Brad Garrett. No, guys. I should have known better. That one was my fault. That was my fault there. We're getting really close, though. That was a pretty good fight there. You have Patricia Heaton on there. I forget what his mom's name is. She was really, really funny too. Patricia Heaton also had that show. It was called The Middle. That was a really good show, honestly. Absolutely hilarious. That little kid Brick on it was so funny. I always thought he was like one of the funniest TV characters at the time. His dad was pretty good too. Neil Flynn, I think Canadian guy, I'm pretty sure. Also you had, oh jeez. Alright, that was a skill issue fight there. Wow. One of the best parts looking back at that show now, though, is that it had Norm Macdonald on it, which I absolutely love that guy. Rest in peace. I remember when my fiance and I started dating, we used to watch Norm Macdonald videos like all the time. Something we should probably get back into, but that guy is one of the funniest of all time. He had that movie too that Bob Saget made, Dirty Work. It was an alright movie. I thought had some very funny scenes for sure, but could have been better for sure. That movie had Chris Farley, I think, in maybe his last role, I want to say. I think it came out after he died. That was a really sad story there. Such wasted talent. I feel like that episode of SNL where he guested right before he died was so sad. You could just tell that he was not in good shape at all. But he was definitely like a legend comedically. He did so many good things on like SNL. Like I said, that movie Tommy Boy was classic. Black Sheep was okay. It was just kind of like Tommy Boy Part 2. Some of his later movies sucked. Almost Heroes. That movie was terrible. Beverly Hills Ninja kind of sucked, honestly. He had some really good cameo roles though. Like he's definitely one of the funniest actors in Billy Madison. I think he had a good cameo in Wayne's World. But I think he could be best remembered for his SNL sketches. Because that's really where he got to shine, I feel like. Oh, shoot, I'm fucked. Yeah, there we go. You guys are like taking a journey with me. Oh my god, it's been almost 3 hours on this stream of fighting this guy. I think I've fought this guy for like 6 hours total. But I'm not gonna lie. He still sucks, but like I'm a little less heated. I think now we're talking about some other things. I would rather do that than spread negativity. I'll never understand some of the physics of these games. How I could roll through that opening attack. Makes no sense. Games definitely defy physics sometimes. I feel like another good sitcom that involved like a famous comedian was from like 2000s was Everybody Hates Chris. That was such a good show too. I mean, I feel like that kid who played Chris was really good. Um, Having Chris Rock involved, obviously always good. That guy's so funny. You had Terry Crews, who was absolutely hilarious in that show. I feel like that's a guy no one expected to be as funny as he is. He's gold. He's really good at it. The Adam Sandler movies as well. I'm actually not sure if Happy Madison was involved with Everybody Hates Chris. They might have been. I think it was on Nickelodeon though. That'd be interesting to find out about that. Obviously, like, I think the best TV show for a stand-up comedian is probably Cosby Show. I was so sad when I found out about the stuff that he did, to be honest. because he was really someone that I was just like the biggest fan ever. I thought he was classic, and I just thought he was a good guy too. But obviously, you shouldn't really ever trust someone that you don't know to be there's no use. I learned that the hard way with him. So I even saw him live. He was at Lake Chautauqua in New York. It was such an amazing show too. Then literally like a year later, I found out about all this stuff and I was just like, oh, come on. Kind of ruined the experience. So it's really not important not to hold people to a pedestal. But I feel like with him, he really did just kind of like put himself out as such a good guy, and like Cliff Huxtable was such a wonderful character. That whole cast was just so talented, honestly. Rest in peace to Malcolm Jamal Warner too. I was really sad to hear that he passed away. So crazy he just like drowned when he was on vacation with his family. It's really terrible. But regardless, it was still a really good TV show. I haven't really watched it since all that stuff happened, but I feel like if I did, I would still be able to laugh. I just feel like it's tainted because so much of it was based off of like Cliff being such a good guy and a good dad, the family just kind of being like the ideal. But knowing that he did what he did, it's just like kind of hard to keep that tone. I guess Sanford and Son was another really good one for like a vintage stand-up comedian after TV show. That one was pretty funny too. I used to watch that with my dad growing up. My mom always hated it though, but my fiance hated it too. I used to watch a lot of those like shows back in the day, like 70s sitcoms. I think that was Norman here. But I watched Good Times. I never really got into All in the Family, honestly. It was okay. I think my favorite of those Norman Lear shows was Good Times, so I used to watch that show like crazy. thought that John Amos was a really good actor. I know he passed away recently, so rest in peace. Jimmy Walker's really funny on it. Um, the lady who played Florida was really, really good. The rest of the kids were really good too. I thought it was like one of the saddest TV show episodes though when they found out that the dad passed away. God, that gives me chills every time I see it. Janet Jackson's really good on that show too. Her story arc is good. It was sad though. For being like a child abuse victim and stuff, but I thought that it was good that they kind of made the story a little happier as time went on for her. Her getting adopted and stuff. It always bothered me because know what's going on with Jackson home too. Her having to deal with that on the show as well, which I'm sure people didn't realize was going on for her in real life at the time. But her around her, I don't really know like if she was part of the abuse, but still being around is traumatic as well. Alright. Let's do this. Damn it. I just can't believe how big those spider attacks are. I should have run quicker though. That's on me. Growing up, I was a very big fan of that show Full House as well. And I know it's a really corny show, but I mean, I could still enjoy it too. It has a lot of nostalgia for me. Pretty good cast on there. You had Bob Saget, rest in peace. Dave Coulier, John Stamos, which I'm not like a huge fan of him, but he was good on the show. Lori Loughlin. Candace Camp. A lot of talent. Jodie's Sweden. A lot of talented people on there. I had a very hard time getting into that spin-off, the Bowler House. I didn't think that was the best, honestly. I think I made it a couple seasons and I kind of called it quits. Mainly just good to see Bob Saget, honestly. That guy was so fun. Very sad when he passed away, honestly. He's still pretty young, too. And I know he had kind of like a controversial sense of humor. but like he still seemed like a relatively good guy. Never actually heard of him doing anything like that. More so just like his jokes he made. I could definitely agree that some of them were kind of strange. That's just kind of like his brand. Dark humor and stuff. Oh. Trying to reposition a little. I never really understood why people found the concept of Full House weird, though. I mean, I thought it was kind of a nice concept of like friends being there for their friend. I know that like if I had like a situation like that, I'd want people to be there for me. I feel like my dad passed away when I was like 17, so like I definitely witnessed like having other people around be there and stuff. So it's a little bit of a relatable concept. And yeah, the show was corny, but it's like it was just wholesome. It was just like good entertainment that you could watch, not worry about anything weird happening in it. Had good lessons. Definitely touched on some heavy topics at times. Like I remember there was an episode that had to do with child abuse. I think it was called like Silence is Not Golden. That episode always freaked me out as a kid. I know it had like a resolve and stuff, But I feel like the fact that you never see the kid again made it kind of unsettling. So I remember like he gets like his dad like pushes him down the stairs or something like that, and you only hear about it. You never see the kid again. He gets taken to a different home, which is good that the ending had like a resolve like that. But like I said, the fact that you just never see him again makes it like very weird. The kid was in some others 90s stuff too. So I always thought about that episode whenever I went to see it, because it was just very effective stuff. Alright, one more hit, guys. One more hit. One more hit. Alright, we got it, we got it, we got it. Oh my god. Yes! Yes, guys! We did it! Oh my god. Oh my god, we beat him. Oh my god. Oh my god. Whew. That's something else, you guys. I have to say, regardless of whether I thought that fight kind of sucked, which I still do, the fact that now it's done, I can finally move on, is one of the best feelings, to be honest. Yeah, it took like 100 times, but we made it. And I thank you guys for like watching with me. You know, I think that was really kind of a one of a kind experience there. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Wow. Once again, what a fight. I'm usually pretty good with like the bigger fight, like giant type of boss fights. That one was like a brick wall for me for the longest time. I really do feel like it might not be like the best designed fight. There's definitely some flaws with it for sure. I think that the camera especially was the biggest issue I had. And then his fire attacks and stuff are some of the most brutal I've ever seen. Like, alright, what the hell am I supposed to do here? Am I supposed to go down there? I don't think so. Yeah, those fire attacks were just so big. Like, after a while, I kind of figured it out, but just a very surprisingly challenging boss fight. I really did not expect it to be as hard as it was. But that's okay. We made it. As the show Degrassi once said, whatever it takes, I know we can make it through. Oh, that's another show that I was watching a ton of. My fiance and I
I have
watched
long
like the
observed
first
the lands between. This world
9
is in
seasons or
dire
so of
need
it.
of repair and death. Indiscriminate. Are you prepared to commit a cardinal sin?
Oh yeah.
Very well. Let my hand rest upon you for but a moment.
Allison, ah.
O Erd tree, you shall burn.
This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire.
Burn for the sake of the new Lord.
Okay.
Thank you for guiding me here. The one who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death. Goodbye.
Alright. So smithing stone 8. I need some more 7s. Hopefully I could just find the thing I need the bell bearing for them. So I definitely want to upgrade my weapons some more. Oh boy. This looks like it's gonna be intense. I'm gonna try to bait them over here. At least one of them. There we go. See what its damage is like. Or what its health is like. Alright, they're weak. Okay, that's good. They're really not bad. I'm gonna go on a limb and say that Fire Giant was harder for me than... Oh, what the... What's this? Gosh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I'm gonna run. Get the cover first and then I'll come back. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think he was harder for me than Slave Knight Gale, to be honest. Which I know that might sound like heresy to a lot of you, but like, Slave Knight Gale was hard, but I feel like on my first try, he only took me maybe 15, or on my first playthrough, he only took me like 15 tries. I'm pretty sure that damn giant took me like 100 tries. Frida. might still be harder than him. I don't know, like, that's complicated. She probably is slightly harder than him, but they're very different fights. Oh, it's so nice to have this feature where they can't hear me. I feel like John Cena. I'm like, you can't hear me. I wonder at this point if I can. Go into some heavier armor. It looks like I might be able to. Alright, I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna take the hood again. And then we'll do lighter gloves again. This weapon's low-key pretty badass. Oh yeah, alright. We're gonna... That's exactly what I was looking for. That was so easy to find that. It's crazy. Okay, there has to be another one around here somewhere. I feel so badass now. This weapon, and it's about to get even more powerful. Wait, what? I actually need to make sure I got the right one before I waste my time going back. I hope it wasn't a somber one. Guess let's head over there and find out. I really hope that wasn't a somber one. I need regular. What's this? Why am I getting all this random stuff? Did people die?
Take a look around. Don't worry, I'll continue spiritually, which is why I need your help. Persuading Master Hugh. His roots are so knotted in that he won't last much longer if his shackles are broken. It's high time he put the round table.
I knew you'd pay out your own.
This area so far has been super cool. It's so needed after that shitty ass. Get to finally put this giant crusher to use. I still do not understand that heavy attack. It's not very useful. It's pretty cool. Oh, what the fuck? Where'd he come from? Alright, time to level up again. I need 300 more runes, okay. So I must be at a boss battle right now. Let's see what's going on. Ah, fuck me. I've heard about these guys. Alright, we better start talking about movies again. I'm so glad I used those runes when I did. Okay. So I heard this is like the worst fight of the game. We'll see if it could be worse than Fire Giant. We'll see if that's possible. But let's give it another try. Alright. Here I go again on my own. By the way, I remember the other day I kind of like ADHD'd when I was talking about Friday the 13th. I was doing a ranking. First place I would do number 2, second, number 4. Third place, Jason X. Fourth place, I'd do fourth place, I would do number 3. Fifth place, probably do number 6. Sixth place, probably Jason Goes to Hell. Seventh place, I'd probably do the first one. Eighth place, probably number 7. Ninth place, probably do Jason Takes Manhattan. Oh, I did forget about one. I probably put the remake in like second or probably like third or fourth place. I absolutely love that movie. Trying to think if I forgot. If we're gonna count Freddy versus Jason, I guess I forgot that. I'm not too big on that one, to be honest. Okay. Alright, guys. Was that a joke? I've heard that was such a hard fight. I beat it in 2 tries. It was 2 or 3. Something like that. That was not bad at all. Alright. So Godskin Duo is done. I actually liked that fight too. I don't know. I've heard so much bad stuff about that one, but it wasn't that bad. Let me just make sure real quick that okay. Yep. We'll be good with that. Let's level up. I'm gonna get more that. Now we're gonna go back to the place because I got that smithing stone. Bell bearing. So we're about to get tanky. It's about to get tanky, 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 tanky. Yeah, I don't think I forgot any Friday the 13th movies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Remake. Alright, so we need some smithing stone 7s. Do like 10 of them. So I officially have all the bell bearings, which basically means as long as I can farm some souls, I have unlimited access to upgrading weapons. That is one thing about this game that's pretty cool, honestly, that you're able to do that. It's kind of
I'll
broken.
smith as long as you like. Now,
Oh yeah, this is broken. I'm gonna. How many runes do I have left? I have 11,000. Let's go see how expensive those are. This is absolutely broken. I can't believe that I'm able to do this. Purchase 3,600. It's like I need. How many do I have? 3. And what do I have in terms of. Oh. I'll probably max out my, or try to max out my battle
I'll
axe
smith
as
now.
well. Jeez Louise. So I've got a giant crusher plus 23. Alright.
I'll smith now.
Let's just go grab one more Smithing Stone 8 with the runes that I have. And then we'll get the rest of them after I go farm. I really want to understand why everybody said that Godskin Duo was so hard. I know I used the summon, but like, still. Maybe it's because I used the summon. It's almost 800 damage now. That's broken. Let's see what my situation is. Can I have a medium load now? Almost. What about Star Wars, guys? Something I could talk about. I love those movies. I grew up on them. I would say that I'm a little bit of a contrarian with Star Wars. But not super crazy. I think my biggest hot take with the Star Wars movies is that I am a big fan of the prequels. And that my least favorite of the prequels is probably Revenge of the Sith. Not that I dislike it, it's just my least favorite. I think the reason for that is that Revenge of the Sith tends to feel extremely rushed. I feel like it goes from like it feels like Anakin goes evil too quickly. Feels like you hop into like General Grievous's territory way too quick. I feel like I just feel like it all feels rushed. Like they were trying to fit a lot more into one movie than they should have. I think there should have been a little more time to see the conflict at hand. Whereas I feel like Anakin just like went evil. Or he like decides to work with with Palpatine, and then like minutes later he's out killing like a group of kids, like literally in no time. I don't know. It's a very good movie still. I just felt like story-wise it doesn't always flow the best. And then also I think that there's some comedic stuff in that one that I didn't love. Like the whole first sequence of them like flying that ship, you know, R2D2 kind of like tweaking out and stuff. It just felt goofy to me, honestly. But there's a lot of great elements to that one. My favorite of the prequels is probably Attack of the Clones, to be honest. I think that, like, it's not without its flaws, but for me, I think it has the most interesting world building. I think that it has some good character moments, some weak ones as well. I mean, it's been said a million times, but the romance between Padme and Anakin is kind of corny. Yeah, some like George Lucas dialogue issues. But I really like all the stuff with Obi-Wan Kenobi, like investigating like a detective. I think the opening sequence of that movie's great. I like Count Dooku. I like the arena fight. I like Anakin going back to see his mom and the effect that has on him. So I feel like that was a good lead up to him becoming evil, seeing his anger there. And like we get a chance to like empathize with him, but we also see that he's reaching some dark territories as a person. I thought that was cool. Whereas, like I said, in Revenge of the Sith, it's like, Padme's gonna die, I could save you. And then 5 minutes later, he's killing a group of kids. It's just like, I don't know about that. I also never liked General Grievous. I thought he was such an annoying fucking character. He's like Bane in Dark Knight Rises with that stupid voice and that cop. I never liked that guy. I'd rather Dooku or Darth Maul. The lava fight scene in Revenge of the Sith, though, is pretty amazing. I got the high ground, Anakin. It's like a little maze here. Kind of derping out at the moment. It's okay though, I'm mostly just trying to get some runes so I can level this up to 24. This thing's been clutch. The fact that I can like 3-hit these things. I know if I was using my battle axe, or 4-hit these things, I know if I was using my battle axe I'd be screwed right now. Yeah, if I was gonna rank Star Wars movies though, I'd put New Hope as my number 1. Empire Strikes Back is my number 2. Attack of the Clones is my number 3. Return of the Jedi is my number 4. I do Phantom Menace is my number 5. Revenge of the Sith is my number 6. Last Jedi is my number 7. Force Awakens is my number 8. And Rise of Skywalker is my number 9. That's just for the main saga. I'd probably throw in Rogue One at like... I'd probably put that between Return of the Jedi and... Or no. It's in between Phantom Menace and Last Jedi. Thought that was a pretty good movie. I never saw Solo though. I really didn't have any interest in seeing someone that's not Harrison Ford play the character, to be honest. Although they might have tried harder than Harrison Ford did with Force Awakens. Like, damn, I felt like he kind of dropped the ball on that movie. I just thought that movie as a whole kind of dropped the ball. I was not a fan. I thought it was just fan service, but also like it didn't really do that well at it. Thought a lot of the acting was cringy. I liked Daisy Ridley. I thought she was very good. Thought Oscar Isaac was pretty good. Carrie Fisher was fine. John Boyega, he was cool at times, but I felt like at other times he was really annoying in those movies, to be honest. He was not my favorite, to be honest. I felt like a lot of his lines were him screaming and stuff, and it was just like, it got old pretty quick, to be honest. He wasn't terrible, though. I thought that all the acting was at least serviceable with those movies. My main issue a lot of the time was story-related stuff. I thought it was just boring a lot of the time. Or like rehashed stuff. That's actually why Last Jedi was my favorite of the bunch, though. Because I felt like it was the one that did the most different. This is such a great place for farming. If I'm gonna be honest though, there's never been like a bad Star Wars movie. Like, even if I consider Rise of Skywalker to be the worst one, it's not without redeeming qualities. I think some people overestimate how bad those movies were. There's never been a fully bad Star Wars. That's just dishonest to say. Well, okay. If we're counting the Clone Wars movie, that one might actually be considered bad. I thought it was definitely weak, to say the least. And then the Ewok adventure movies were not very good. They were TV movies, so that can kind of be expected. They weren't even like completely terrible, they just were not very good either. The definition of mid, to be honest. I think the biggest mistake they made was with those not having very interesting characters. And then the characters that were interesting, they killed off. In that second Ewok Adventures movie, like right at the beginning. I can't lie, I'm a little bit lost right now. But with my plus 24 Giant Crusher, nothing to fear at the moment. Have no fear, Giant Crusher is here. Okay, I think we're heading in the right direction now. Okay, so I think that's the way I need to go. I just want to make sure that there isn't any loot over here first. Oh wait, what's over here? This kind of looks like the stairs I saw to the boss fog. What's this? Oh, fuck, 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 fuck. Am I about to die? Oh! Alright, I think that's the first time I've died in this area other than the Godskin Duo boss. It's crazy. It feels good to be OP. But I just did a little skill issue there. Alright, so we're gonna crush that guy first. Oh boy, look at this guy. Lord's Rune. Oh. Oh shit. Someone gets their ass kicked in there. That wasn't actually too bad. It feels so good to be OP. It makes me glad, it makes me happy. Boom! How many of those do I have total? Only one. Okay. I feel like I've definitely missed some along the way, but I've also gotten a lot of them, so I'm not really sure. So I've got 13 flasks at this point. I might have gotten them all. Who knows? What the fuck is this? Oh shit, is this a dragon? Oh no. Oh no, I'm not ready for that. What do I do? I'm gonna go back here for a moment. We're gonna level up. Man, so we're pretty tanky at this point. 55 vigor, 28 endurance, 65 strength. It's like a peak. It's like a peak strength build. Oh, okay. Ooh. Get over here, Pumpy. Oh, shit. That was brutal. I want to go try to fight that falling star beast now. I feel like at this point we're well equipped. That was insane. That was actually stupid. I'm gonna try going up this way, see if I have a little bit more of a leverage. Is it about to fall? Oh, wow. Okay. Alright, let's go, guys. Took him down. Oh, is he really only 21,000 runes? Whoops. He was one that I had been working toward for a while, so I'm still happy about it, even though that's not really much of a reward for a boss. Okay, guys. I think that's gonna be the end of the stream for now. Had a really good time today. Made a lot of good progress. Finally beat the fire giant. Got Godskin Duo down. Full grown Falling Star Beast. Lots of good stuff. I'll be back on soon for sure. Maybe not tonight, but definitely tomorrow. And tomorrow night I'll probably go for a long time again. So make sure to come in, check it out. Thank you for watching today, and like I said, I had a really good time.